Hello and welcome back to yet another pass-through of Until Dawn, the original, the one that was done by Supermassive. In the previous part of this playthrough, we finished the third pass-through, making certain choices that were different to the first two passes, and now we're up to the fourth pass-through. But this time around, we're starting back again from the very start of the game, and making different choices yet again. Some choices might be the same as was chosen before, but there's definitely very specific things I want to do differently this time as well. Thank you for the welcome back, Lone and Not Fry and Amita as well. Thank you very, very much. And I can still see your previous comment, Lone, before I ended the stream, but yeah, definitely was going to be a short break. Wanted to start before 10 p.m. I'll probably do as much as I can. Like, there's probably going to be some choices I'll have to review my previous VODs to double check stuff with, but I think I'm pretty safe for the first 3 episodes at least. So we're going to start a new story, which means all the episodes that we could choose to go and replay will be lost. We start again from scratch. Cutscenes can't be skipped. Any points where there's music that we've definitely covered before, I'll be able to talk over. And if there's any that I suspect we haven't heard, then I'll just not talk over it, just in case. You never know. Unlike the previous pass-through where everyone survived, not everyone is going to survive this one. In fact, I want to try and choose death points that aren't what has happened in the first 2 passes. For example, I want to actually have characters like Chris to actually survive until the point where him and Ashley go under the tunnels, and you can actually choose to follow the voice of Jess, which isn't actually Jess, it's the Wendigo mimicking her voice. I thought it'd be interesting to have them die pretty much back to back. So that's what I'm going to go for with them. With Matt, I want to go for the death where he attacks the elk, and I'm going to have him succeed or try to succeed at all the QTEs except for the final one where Emily has a handout. So that's just a couple of examples of what different deaths I want to get this time around, just in case there's different music. Why did Matt break up with Emily? He realized jumping off a cliff was less painful. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. I think there'd be a lot of fans of Until Dawn that probably would agree with you. For anyone might be new to this playthrough, the sound effects and dialogue are turned off on purpose. The reason I do that, instead of just having it all still on and then just stopping and listening to the music, is because sometimes music has little tiny elements of instrumentation to it that sound effects and dialogue can potentially cover over. And so I want to have the music purely on its own, without those kinds of coverings. It's also a way that I like to pay tribute to the composers of the game's music as well. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that goes into audio sound design as well, so it's not just one person who does everything. But in terms of this playthrough, it's focusing on the music itself. If you don't interact with this on the other side of the bench, then you'll have to interact with it anyway on this side, because it's information that they want you to read. So in the prologue, I'm pretty safe to just make any choices, and I don't have to stop and listen to the music or anything like that. So we're just going to basically breeze through the prologue, choosing whichever choice and doing things as quick as possible. Now that's something that Josh doesn't see because he's asleep. He doesn't actually see that Sam, at the very least, is upset at the others for what happened. You can't wake Josh up, he's too drunk. Thanks for the welcome back, Extreme. It's interesting here too because Emily's like, it's just a prank, Han. Which I interpret as a attempt by Emily by using a nickname, which potentially could be a nickname that Hannah actually has. Using that as a mocking, fake kind of way to make her potentially feel better. You know what I mean? Zereth, Emily, no being cranky. Cannot be cranky at all. This is a no cranky playthrough. Ultimately, all the choices you make in the prologue don't actually matter. It's something that Supermassive would carry into their Dark Pictures series of games as well. However, there are some that have some things that will actually change what happens later. For example, House of Ashes, depending on your choices in the prologue, it'll either be Balatu or Kurum, who come back as an Ancient One. So some of their prologues do have decisions that will actually change stuff later on. There's actually some Supermassive games I would like to play that I don't currently have access to. One of them is called Hidden Agenda. It's got Kate, I think, is it Kate or Katie? Kate Cassidy, who I do believe was in the remake of A Nightmare on Elm Street, and also was in the Arrow series as what's one of the? She becomes Black Canary later. But yeah, I think she was one of the main characters in Supermassive's Hidden Agenda game. I think it had Udo Kier as well in it, or maybe not. Wouldn't mind playing that game. A lot of the face models in that game too have been reused in a lot of the Dark Pictures series games as well. Of course, this wouldn't be a shock, but it's a good way to save on resources. But the face model for Beth and Hannah is the same person. I mean, yeah, they're supposed to be twins, but you can also have twins that aren't identical. But of course, they're identical twins, so it definitely makes sense from that narrative perspective to have them played by the same person, but same with Man in the Dan, Brad and Alex. Even though they're not actually twins, the same face model plays both characters. So you can do nothing, or you can drop Hannah, or you can let go. Either way, both characters unfortunately die. I mean, they don't both die instantly, but their ultimate fate is that they die. Dr. Hill. So this character, he is someone who actually exists. He's someone that Josh actually did go and have sessions with. However, what we see through Josh's eyes here is basically hallucination versions of those sessions. Of course, the game wants you to think that whoever this character is that is being spoken to by Dr. Hill is actually literally with someone real. One of the early decisions I need to make is, as Chris, not to shoot the squirrel, because in chapter 1, if you shoot the squirrel as Chris, even though Sam had nothing to do with the shooting of the squirrel, she'll get attacked by a bird that'll give her a scratch on her forehead. And even though the wound heals up, maybe not fully, but, heals up enough to not be bleeding anymore. During the chase with Josh, if you get everything right, at a certain point in the chase, though, it won't give you the option to turn off the flashlight that she has. Which then means Josh will actually still catch her. But if you want to prevent that happening at all, you have to make sure that you don't shoot the squirrel as Chris. And then when Sam is being chased later on in Chapter 5, you need to make sure that you make all the right decisions to escape capture from Josh. So that's what I want to do in this playthrough. Well, in this pass-through, I should say. Because there's an area of the lodge that you will miss and you can't actually find your way into unless Sam escapes capture. I just want to cover that part just in case there's any music in that area that hasn't been in the other game, like in the other parts of the game or not. X the Great, what do you think about Ubi cancelling the AC game that was going to be set post-Civil War? I think it's a real shame because I think after a conflict like that, and also having a protagonist who is going and killing the Ku Klux Klan, I think that's definitely a great gameplay incentive. I know in Red Dead Redemption 2, when you come across them, I love shooting them and killing them. So an Assassin's Creed game where you get to assassinate them would have been really good. So it's a shame that they cancelled it, but you never know, they might do it again. They might actually revive it at some point. This great song isn't in the remake. Then you've got this long piece of music that for this intro has been extended to cover the dialogue that's happening. Bone, until dawn, dawn, dawn. until. Dawn, dawn, dawn. Extra great. You heard the remake for this was not good at all. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough too. There's some things that probably have been improved in a way where they needed improving, but I feel it's more effective to have it so it's not actually daytime in any sort of fashion. Like in the remake, they make it so that it's, I think, like probably what the equivalent would be like 5:30 in the afternoon or 6 in the afternoon or something, depending where you've still got light coming through. The sun is, still in the sky but not high up, and it's almost setting. Things like that. I mean, there's probably some improvements, of course, with the face models and all that kind of stuff. But the remake does do a lot of differences as well, which, given a remake is expected. But at the same time, it doesn't automatically mean that the remake is better for having those changes where it's like adding some extra story elements. Because the movie that came out recently has connections to the remake, not the original game though, but the remake. And the additions I thought were sort of like, no, I think it's better in the original game to have the lore stay the same it is. Whereas in the remake, they add some extra stuff to help it tie with the movie. Hey, Ogorki, how's things? Extra great. That sucks, but to be expected, unfortunately. That is true, because yeah, Sony owns the IP, so they can do what they want with it. Glad to hear that, Ogorki. That's good. And potentially, with Sony owning the IP, we still could get an Until Dawn 2, whether it's a direct sequel or whether it's just in the same universe, but a completely different set of characters in a completely different location and stuff. So in this chapter, the only real major choice I need to make sure I make is, as Chris, not to shoot the squirrel. I still need to edit that stream elements message, but I've got other horror games to play in October, but I just don't know yet which ones to schedule for what days. Because Alan Wake 2, while it's been a long playthrough so far, I'm almost actually through the game starting from scratch. I've only got one more DLC content to do for that playthrough. And then once I've finished, I'll start a new game plus playthrough, which adds new extra details to the story and also gives you the true ending. So that part of that playthrough won't take too long. So potentially I might actually finish that playthrough by Monday. It does matter if you fail that don't move. It'll just keep on asking you to do it till you get it. This was a really cool idea, and in the Dark Pictures series they continued the concept, but they changed up what it was, of course. They're obviously still premonitions, but they're done differently in those series of games. I'm glad I started this playthrough before October because it's turned out to be a very, very long playthrough, which I was expecting because the nature of the game is there's so many different paths as well. Whereas other games that I've done music-only playthroughs with, they've been more linear in how the game is structured. Hey there, Dex. Rodquatius Legionitis. Welcome on in, Dex. I hope things are going well. Thank you for redeeming that from Friday the 13th, Quick Dex. Happy Friday to you as well. Hope things are going well. No, stop. You're scared now. Not the key, mama Mars. Oh no. They're coming. Dex, the guy with a freaking hockey mask is chasing me. I like in GTA Vice City the parody of that. Why, hello there, Danny. I didn't know it was hockey season. Knife After Dark. That's right. That's what the name of the franchise was. Dex, you need to play this game. Definitely recommend it, especially if you like games of this style. So this music I've already covered. There's a squirrel that you can shoot, or you can choose not to shoot. This time around, I'm going to choose not to shoot, because I need to make sure that I can have Sam escape from the psycho later on. I mean, I could still fuck it up, but here's hoping I don't. Because if I do, well, I have to play through the game till the end before being able to do chapter select. X the Great, do you like The Quarry? Yeah. Yeah, I actually had a lot of fun with that. Like, some of the humor is a bit cheesy and not all of the puns that are in it land necessarily, but overall I really enjoy that game. It's definitely going to be part of this October month. Quick Dex, you love branching narrative games. Oh, very nice. Yeah. I like too the replay value, choosing different choices and seeing what different outcomes you can get. It's funny because no matter which bottle you shoot, Sam will always say the same thing. Here we go. So here's the squirrel. So we're going to let the squirrel be. I wonder now if the percentages for these options are locked in forever. There we go. So Sam won't get attacked by a bird, but if you shoot the squirrel, she will. And the scratch that she gets can come back to haunt you later on. For last year's playthrough, X the Great of the Quarry, I wanted to do an 80s themed approach, and one of the tropes from a lot of 80s horror movies, slasher movies, was the surviving character would be a female. So I thought it'd be cool to tie the two together. So I had the VHS filter put over the game for the whole playthrough, and I also had the characters wear their 1980s outfits. And then I had to make sure, of course, that the only survivor was, well, I mean, this is a spoiler to say who is the final girl if you go for that playthrough. Spoiler about that in 3, 2, 1. It's Caitlin. She's the one that is the final girl. There's also a trophy and an achievement tied to that too, I think. And for this year's playthrough, I've got a 1950s theme approach, so we'll have the graphics in black and white, and I'll have them wearing their 1950s outfits. Lone, whoa, spoilers. The spoils. I like the sort of. It sounds like a bit of a demented Christmas jingle or something. Thank you, Ogorki, for making a clip. It's an interesting concept, the whole butterfly effect thing. But the other thing about it, thank you so much for making that clip, Ogorki, thank you. But the one thing about the butterfly effect concept is that, alright, so you have a small event, which is the butterfly flapping its wings. Then you have a major effect down the line at some point where there's like a hurricane. But the question is though, is that the only small thing that would happen to create a hurricane? Probably not. There's probably 1,000 or a million or a billion small tiny things all the way from the point at which the butterfly flapped its wings to when the hurricane or whatever it is was created later on. You know, it could be something, you know, in between, in the middle of all that, that caused it. But then you could argue that everything that happened around the butterfly spread out in various ways to create a knock-on effect as well. Cheers, Gorky. And something else that makes me think of too is, let's say time travel was possible and you wanted to go back in time to prevent something bad from happening. And you've got the day it happened and the time it happened, right? You might think, well, as long as I know where it happens, when it happens, and what day it happens, I should be fine to stop it, right? But what are all the things that happened the day before that could also affect the event? There's also that too. So you might have to go even further back in time to prevent something from happening. But if you don't know the exact pinpoint accurate point, then you're not going to be able to do it. So all these events that could possibly happen, billions of different things at different points. It's an interesting dynamic shift because in the prologue, which takes place a year before, Mike and Emily are together, and now Jess and Mike are together. So there must have been something that happened between Jess and Emily, because Jess and Emily in the prologue were buddy, and Jess was all like, no one's gonna, tread on the territory of my girl M, or something to that effect. So something must have happened between the two of them. So it makes me wonder, is Emily getting with Matt simply and purely just to make Mike jealous? And also to get back at Jess? Or is Jess wanting to get revenge against Emily by being with Mike? So I don't know if there's like a comic book or something that explains what happened between the events in the prologue and the first chapter, but not just the correct point on Earth, but the exact place Earth was on that time and date in space. Yeah, that's something else to consider too, like all those sorts of factors. Like there's just so much stuff that, I mean, movies, of course, just simplify it for the sake of audiences being able to understand what's going on. But in actuality, if something like that was possible, there would be so many considerations that would have to actually be put into place. Lone, you get one calculation wrong, and the Earth is in a different place, and you're floating around with a slight lack of oxygen. Yeah, slight lack of oxygen, yeah. Alright, so we've already gone the path of being antagonistic towards Mike, but we've also gone the path of being friendly. For the sake of this pass through, I don't think it really matters if I be friendly, because there's certain variations with certain stuff that I want to get that I don't think is tied to being friendly or not being friendly. So I'll just choose to be friendly. Zereth, you got a new badge, no idea what for. Oh, you did? Maybe it's the no idea what for badge. Is that sort of like low? What does that mean? When I clicked on the image next to the star on your name, it said low. I don't know what that is. Thanks for the welcome back, Keone. Welcome back to you as well. Oh, Zareth, this badge was earned by watching 30 minutes of in the Little Nightmares 3 category during launch. Ah. Haven't actually played any of those games yet, but I think Supermassive is involved in them in some way. Zareth, you heard the games are a nightmare, but only a little nightmare. Even if Emily were telling the truth that the reason she wants to go back is because she wanted to catch up with Sam, what about? What would it be about if she was wanting to go and speak to Sam? In keeping with choosing the quote-unquote nice options, we'll also make it so that Ashley stops Matt from looking through the telescope. Also, there will be a different phase to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary that I want to do, but I just don't know whether I'll have time before the year ends to do it. However, I've been thinking about my quote-unquote rules that I've got for my annual playthroughs and anniversaries, where it's like, maybe for some games that are celebrating anniversaries, I can do it once the actual year within which it celebrates that anniversary has actually passed. Because technically, until the release date of the game is reached, so let's say a game came out originally in October of 2015, it'll still be celebrating its 10th anniversary in January of 2026. So there might be some games where I can afford to do that for the anniversary playthroughs. Lone, you played Little Nightmares for the first time last night, finished the first one and did a few hours of the second one. Oh, cool, Lone. What did you think of them? How was the first game? Hey there, Sheila. Welcome back to another stream, dude. And don't worry, Sheila, this time Emily will be dying in this pass through, just at a different point. Sheila, no, you missed the end of the last playthrough. At least there's a YouTube VOD later. That is true, Sheila, for sure. Yeah, and that's definitely fair enough. I managed to get all the characters to survive. Oh no, Sheila, that's definitely no trouble at all. Totally understandable, for sure. Thank you so very much for being able to, when you can. Lone, you really enjoyed them so far. Next week, when you get paid, you might get the third one. Oh, nice. That's cool. I've seen, I think it might have been the first one being played by Lucinda, but I don't know if she played the second one or not. That's totally fair, Spectrum, for sure. I hope that you have a good rest. Thank you so very much for stopping in and lurking as well. Thank you very much. I've already chosen either all the left side screen choices or the right side screen choices in different pass-throughs, so it doesn't really matter this time around what I do in that respect. It's so funny with games like this. For some people, the way decisions are made could be how the player themselves actually would feel if that was a real situation. So, for example, I'm not afraid of rats or cockroaches. So, for me playing a game like this, what choice I make from my own personal reasoning, there's I, in real life, I'd be like, I'm not scared of either of these, but in this scenario, you do have to pick one. Lone, you think Lucinda did play the second one as she offered a hint at one point you got stuck. Oh, cool. Yeah, because I think I might have actually seen her play both then. With the sound effects turned off, you don't hear him bang the table. So it might sound weird how he's going, oh shit, did I startle you? Sorry. Not that he said shit, but I think what I might do with this game is once this phase is finished, I'll hold off on doing another phase until after October. However, I will do another playthrough for October month that is separate from that and separate from this playthrough. I was actually thinking about one similar to a Detroit Become Human playthrough I did one time, where I had certain channel point redeems for viewers to redeem that would dictate for the whole playthrough what ultimate thing I decided for certain things. In that game's case, it was characters. So I might think of something like that to do. That's some good. That sounds like a good Friday night. Indeed, that's partly why I've been playing this game on Fridays. At some point, I would like to see Supermassive do a game that is either part of the Dark Pictures series, related to dreams and nightmares, to be an homage to A Nightmare on Elm Street, or do a standalone game like they did with this game, the original version, and The Quarry as well, where it's a separate thing. It doesn't exist in the same universe as the Dark Pictures series. And if they were to, it'd be so cool if they were able to get the actor who played the original Freddy Krueger, Robert Englund, to actually be either the main character that you get to play as, or maybe the antagonist in a game that is focused on characters being experimented on, maybe with dreams and nightmares. Yoni, don't you love buying emotes? Soon enough you'll have to pay your to them in real life. Oh yeah. It's funny what Sam does there with her mouth. It's almost like she's trying to hold back some kind of like laughter, maybe. Laughter about the fact that Chris hasn't told Ashley how he feels about her because he thinks that she doesn't feel the same way. But Sam and Josh know that they both feel the same way about each other. You know, in games like this too, it makes me wonder what directions the actors were given in the performance capture as well. There are behind the scenes stuff with this game, but when I streamed it one time and tried to access it, it got the stream just paused while I had those special features opened, and then it unpaused once I went back to the main menu. So unfortunately, I can't stream them. Alright, so this is another part where I've already covered the music by stopping and listening to it until it either loops or stops. In other games that I've done this kind of playthrough with, especially games where you have combat situations, and if you die, obviously it interrupts the music. It kind of becomes a little bit of a challenge because I need to keep the character alive long enough for the music to either loop itself or stop to cover it. But I also like to cover any music that might happen when the character dies. So it's definitely more than just play through the game normally, but just with the music turned off. Because normally, you don't necessarily stop and listen to the music, especially when you're in a game where you're being shot at, for example. You're more actually wanting to survive the encounter than listen to the music in full. So I like to really, really try and do as deep of a dive with the music as I can. Something I've been doing in this music only playthrough as well is at certain points I'll have the character face the camera and then not move them, and then after a while it cuts to a close-up shot of the character, of their face, and if you don't move the character at that point, you can actually make their head look around. So I wanted to do that as much as possible in this game because I thought that, well, it'd be one way to also have a point of difference with the visuals so that it wouldn't just be listen to the music with the character facing their back to the camera. But I've started to do that less and less as I've done different pass-throughs for this playthrough because obviously making different choices but also having scenarios that are the same regardless, where the music is the same and all that kind of stuff. There's no point to just, stop. Unless I'm wanting to respond to chat or say something before moving forward. Alright, so we're going to be quote-unquote nice about this whole scenario here. Well, as much as we can. Hey there, Octavius. Welcome. I'm doing well, thank you, dude. I've started the game from scratch again because there's some other choices I need to make. But I already streamed earlier. I had to restart from chapter 5 before and do different things. So now we've started again from scratch to do yet more different things. But I think this might be the final pass through, though, ultimately. But I definitely won't get through the game again in one stream because it took me about 5 hours to do 5 chapters, starting from chapter 5. So it'd probably take me 10 hours to do 10 chapters in one sitting. Which, if I started at 3 p.m., I wouldn't mind doing a stream that long. But I started the previous run at, I think it was 4:30 p.m., or a bit after, I think. Or maybe it wasn't even 4:30 p.m. yet. Because I think I was, because sometimes I like to start either on the hour or half past the hour. I don't necessarily like to start between sort of like quarter past the hour or something like that. But sometimes it's just like, look, just start the stream, Rod. Octavius, nice. Yes, you saw me streaming about an hour. It was on. You say, no way, Rod started so late. Yeah, not today. That's for sure. Yeah, there's, pardon me. There's some times where I do start very late. How's things going with you, Octavius? I hope your day's going well. For those who are wondering how you make the camera go close up to a character, if the character has their back to you as the player, even when you don't press anything, the camera won't go into close up. So if you want the camera to go into close up, you need to make sure that they're actually facing you. And then when you wait a while, it'll go into close up. And as long as you don't move the character's body, you can then move their head around. You can even make it a bit of a fourth wall breaking scenario where you have the character look directly at you. However, it doesn't matter if you're facing the camera. If there's a prompt on the screen as well, like to open a door or something, then it won't go into the close-up mode. So you have to make sure that there's no button prompt on the screen. But it also depends sometimes on where you position the character within the frame that the camera's on, or the angle, I should say. Octavius, you're good, thank you. You went to do a vaccine to the hospital. Your mother works, and then you went with your fiance to the supermarket, and now you're back home. Maybe you play some games or watch Netflix. You don't know yet. That definitely sounds like a full day. Definitely a lot of things to do, but that's great. I hope that it all went well. Any sort of games that you have in mind? With this part where you take a selfie, you can actually take a bad photo, especially if you aim all the way over this way and take the shot. But we're going to take a quote unquote proper one, if I can. It doesn't seem to matter what facial expression they have, as long as you actually have them framed properly, I guess, is the word to use. Yeah, Octavius, I love doing that in games though sometimes where it's like, take a photo. It's like, okay, I'll take a photo, a bad one, and then I love how there's like a reaction. Agorki, you were wondering when this game came out. I don't know the actual date and month, but it was in the year of 2015 when it first came out. No worries, Agorki. I wish that for every game I do anniversary playthroughs of, I could actually make it so that it's at least starting on the same day and month, however many years later. But because there's so many different games that I play throughout the year, I don't really get the opportunity to do it that exacting. Agorki, this is a cool game. Yeah, I remember the first time I saw it being played. I saw it being played from the start, and once the prologue was finished, I knew that I'd seen enough to make me want to actually play it myself and not see what happened afterwards, like after the prologue. And that was back when the game was new, but it would take me until 2020 when I finally had the ability to play. In Meta, you got to go now, Rob, but you will join again when you're home. No trouble at all in Meta. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Definitely will be streaming for longer. See you later or next time if you're not streaming when I'm home. No trouble at all in Meta. Thank you so much for being here, dude. I'll still be streaming for at least another couple of hours. Maybe a 3 hour stream, I think. But I'll definitely see you around elsewhere on the interwebs, if not in the stream. We'd like to highly recommend people check out Amita's channel. He's doing a playthrough for the first time of Thronebreaker, The Witcher Tales. He's also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Origins. His second playthrough of it. This time around, he's doing New Game Plus. He's already done the main game and all the side quests. He's also going to be doing the two DLC, the Hidden Ones and the Curse of the Pharaohs. Also playing for the first time Cyberpunk 2077 as well. And that's no worries at all for the shout out, dude. No problem at all. You know, I actually had the controller sitting on a flat surface that whole time. However, if it's going to happen like that, I'd rather it happen on one of these don't moves that you get unlimited tries versus the final sequence of the game where messing up any of the don't moves means that Sam will die. It's so funny, in the other parts of the game, I've been so used to actually having to press the button relatively quickly to interact with something, because sometimes if you don't interact with stuff quick enough, it might lead to a different outcome. That I instinctually just pressed the button straight away, but you had to wait for the light to turn on first. Something I want to show again too, when you have a choice between actions that doesn't have a timer on it, if you move the control stick left and right really fast, it'll make the eyes of the character go really funny, and then when you stop, they look directly at you as if to say, come on, stop doing that. Come on, Chris. Enough monkeying around. Come on. In The Quarry by Supermassive as well, there's a little bit of a callback to this moment where you can actually scare another character by putting, like, at least a mask on. But it could also be referencing as Mike. You can actually find a gas mask and you can put it on and then scare Jess with it and she'll fall into the water. But then you can have a little bit of payback on Mike by failing a QTE when he's running and he'll land in some water as well. There's an old school game called Maniac Mansion. It's a game I've not actually played for a very, very long time. It's one of those games, it's a point and click adventure game by at the time what was known as Lucasfilm Games, but then they changed to LucasArts. But now I think they're back to that after they were resurrected. But anyway, in that game, there's a few characters that you control, but you can't choose all of them, and not all of them are, like playable at the same time. There's one character who's locked in all the time, and that's Dave. His girlfriend has gone missing inside this mansion, but his friends, there's only two others out of the group that you can choose to play as, and each one has their own different skills and all that kind of stuff. I always thought it'd be interesting for a remake of Maniac Mansion to do it in the style of games like Until Dawn. And each character had their own soundtrack. So when you picked them and when you selected them in the game, it would just play their music. You could turn it off if you wanted to, but I thought it was cool how each character had their own unique music that they would play on their, well, I think it was like a, would it be like a Walkman, I guess. I've already covered what happens if you go near the totem pole. I've already covered the music in the lead up to interacting with that, and also when you first grab a hold of it, don't turn it around yet. Thank you, Gorky, for redeeming an Assassin's Creed quote. Something from Assassin's Creed 3? Awesome. Okay, Gorky, I found something. Sorry it took a little bit. Ah, long have we waited for you to return. You have done as we asked. You have succeeded. No, I have failed. My people are gone, chased out by those who I thought would protect them. It is a trade, a sacrifice, and not in vain, for you have found it. This? Now you must hide it, where none shall think to look, and then, in time, what once was shall be again. I do not understand, nor need you. Only do as we ask, then you may do as you wish. But what of my people? You have saved this place, as was your people's purpose, and that matters most. It is not enough. It will never be enough. You strive for that which does not exist. Still, you have made a difference, and you will do so again. Remember, you must hide the amulet where none might find it. That's the interaction that Connor has with Juno. Keone, this isn't it the Dork Knight himself? Which quote is that from? Hey there, RV. Thank you very much for leaving the lurk. Hey there, Joan Pock. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Yeah, Gorky, it's an interesting conversation that Connor has with Juno there. So we've finished chapter 2 now. Been streaming this time around for almost 2 hours. So I think what I might do is chapter 3. Probably not 4 though. It might take me an hour to do chapter 3 maybe. It just depends. Because at this point in the playthrough, because I've already done multiple passes already, there'll be some things I won't even bother interacting with. Oh, Keanu, so it's Arkham City by Harley Quinn. Oh, of course. Yes, one of her quotes. I would have liked to finish this playthrough with 10 parts to it to match the 10th anniversary, but it'll be most likely be 11 parts. I think this pass through I'm currently doing, I'll probably finish it next Friday. Just to mention again too, the sound effects and dialogue are turned off on purpose, so if you're wondering if there's anything up with the game's audio, it's not a glitch or anything. Just wanted the music itself to be the only sound. Well, I mean, apart from me talking when it's music we've already heard before, or pausing it, responding to chat and stuff. These choices here that we make in the seance won't really affect anything. I mean, maybe they might slightly affect the relationship status between certain characters, but nothing that will dictate to you what ending you get or anything. Anyone there? Somebody? Anybody? Hello? Somebody? Don't fall behind. Stick to me. For those wondering what the hell I'm even talking about, that's referencing Dead Rising 2. In that game, when you press the button that tells survivors to follow you, that's some of the stuff that Chuck will actually say. If there's no survivors with you and you press it, he'll say things like, "Hello, anybody there?" Just had a thought, it would have been cool if you could interact with the Ouija board in gameplay. And when you turned it around, it had the name Captain Howdy, which would be a reference to The Exorcist. That's what Reagan calls the entity that she doesn't know at the time is actually Pazuzu, but she calls it Captain Howdy. Already done the whole mask thing and both different, covered the different choices as well. Hey there, Bearsuit. Welcome. You'll speak quietly so you don't disturb the mood of the game. How's things, Bearsuit? Welcome on in. Bearsuit going well for you? You just remembered the Monday is a holiday, so last day of work before a 3-day weekend hype? Hell yeah. That sounds great. That's really good. That's awesome. I hope that the time goes really slowly as well. But that's great, Bearsuit. So Jess isn't dead, but what will determine if she dies early in comparison to a later point where she can die is when Mike runs after her, if you take all the slow options, or even if you take the fast options but you fail the QTEs when taking the fast options, you'll get to Jess and her lower jaw will be ripped off, in which obviously she's dead at that point. However, if you take the fast routes and you don't fail the QTEs and you get there in time, she still will be conscious for a split second. She'll sort of like sit up a little bit, but then she'll fall down into the shaft. But she'll still be alive even after that point. It's only later when she regains consciousness that you can actually have her die again if you make the choices to have it happen. But yeah, as far as I know, there's only two places in the game where Jess can die. Or maybe there's 3, because maybe in the sequence there's 2 opportunities where it can happen. Yeah, it probably is like with the QT fail, or you can have Matt, if he's survived, actually abandon her, which is pretty fucked up. Besu, do you have a flowchart for this game you consult, or is it saved to your memory? Oh, dude, I wish I had a good memory for that. I've got like a guide that I double check for stuff, and I've also made notes for myself on what choices I've already made. So that definitely helps. But because I don't have access to my laptop currently, because my hard drive doesn't get recognized by it, I don't really have what I need to actually get it, looked at to even know if it needs, repairing or have to get a new one. So I'm stuck having to just use apps on my phone. And I'll tell you what, having to use a notepad app and it keeps asking for a membership payment to stop the ads. It's like, really? For just a notepad? So I'm going to actually get a physical notepad and a pen and actually use that instead. Bearsuit, oh dang, hope you can get a new SSD drive and swap it out or something. Me too as well, From what I can tell, it's not damaged. It's just that it's not being recognized. So hopefully it's just something simple solution. But yeah, it's just annoying too, because I had so many things that were easy to access, especially with tabs. Because it's so annoying, like you'll go to a different app, and in the meantime, after a certain point of time, the app that you were previously looking at will reset itself. So for the Twitch app, I have to go back in to get to chat again instead of it remembering that I've already locked onto that part in the app. So that's been a bit frustrating too. Nope, you're in a video game, Ashley. I was saying in my previous stream to this one that it'd be funny to have a Scooby-Doo game that's actually done in this kind of style with dialogue choices and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Bearsuit Scooby chooses to eat snacks. It'd be funny if every single dialogue choice included an option for that. It's like, okay, Scoob, we've got a path we can go down. Do you want to go down this way? And then Scooby's like, I can't do his impression, but Scooby's like, how about we eat? Knock knock. Bearsuit, end of the game is dictated by how many snacks we're eating. That is true. The achievement would be something called like something with the word glutton in it, or gluttony. I just got to thinking actually, there's a lot of characters, their first versions that are becoming public domain. We've already had like Winnie the Pooh and Tigger as well, and also the original version of Mickey Mouse. But I think there was also other characters like the original version of Superman and Batman that are going to be entering the public domain at some point. So I wonder too, for things like, Scooby-Doo and all that kind of stuff, if the actual original classic version will ever go into public domain. But it might be different with that because I don't know who owns that, the IP now. Like, I don't know, because originally it was Hanna-Barbera, but I don't know who got the rights in present times. That word, diligently. Diligently. Bearsuit, remember seeing Hanna-Barbera in lots of your old favorite cartoons? Haven't heard them mentioned in a long time though. Yeah, me neither, to be honest. So much can change too over time, especially with who owns the rights to what and what companies end up buying and what they get access to and stuff. Hey there, Lone. So for now, I wanted to make sure that Jess survived. But in this pass-through, I want to kill the characters at different points to what I did last time. All this music I've already covered without actually talking over it or anything. I'm making it look like he's headbanging while walking by having the using the right control stick to make him look down at the ground, and as I'm moving him forward, I'm slightly moving the control stick left and right as well. Yeah, Bearsuit doing a head jam. I like making characters in games look like they're dancing, which is ironic because I hate dancing IRL. In the words of Dr. Hill in this game, Josh is a psychopath. It's a trap. Josh is now half the man he used to be, and now he needs to drop the S and the H from his name. He'll be fine though. I'm not saying that he will be fine, because spoiler alert, the bottom half was a fake. Hello again, Dr. Hill. Well, that bit of sense of humour there. It's a nice touch. Hello, House. Welcome. The game's going good. Just in case you're wondering, there's nothing wrong with your audio. I've got the sound effects and dialogue turned off on purpose to do a music tribute playthrough. I hope things have been going well. We've done a few passes through the game. Earlier today, I actually finished off another one. This time around, I had to start from the start again, and we're making different choices. This time I want characters to die at different points than I've made them die in previous pass-throughs. How's things with you? Your God 004. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, how's this? Is the original? That's true. Yep, the original. The graphics is really good. Still scary though. Yeah, yeah. I still think that the original has great graphics. I haven't played the remake yet, but I want to do a playthrough of that next year. It's so funny. In the previous stream, it was this chapter that I actually started from. Because there were things I needed to redo because I didn't get the result I wanted. But then there were other things I did differently. And then for this stream, I started again from scratch. It has, how's? Yeah, yeah, the game has aged pretty well. It's funny though, there's a bit of a glitch with the lantern that Mike has. At certain points, it'll just go haywire and be swinging around, spinning around, even without you actually moving the right control stick to move it around. OG Intruder, thank you so very much for the 14 months in a row. Thank you, I really appreciate that a hell of a lot. Thank you very much. And thank you for using your Prime for that too. Hope you're having a good day. Bearsuit, the second monster on the mountain, the haunted lantern, a perfect case for Scooby in the game. That's true, yeah. And it's like, who will be the person behind it all? Scrappy Doo. No, just kidding. This might be a controversial take for fans of Scooby-Doo, but I actually I don't hate Scrappy. OG, you just got back home from work and now it's time to kick back and enjoy the weekend. Very nice, that's cool. That's good, I hope that work went well. And it's good to be able to chill out as well and relax too. Hopefully the weekend goes really slow for you too. I always like to say that because sometimes it can feel like when you're doing things that you enjoy, the time goes really quick. And when you're doing things you don't like much, the time seems to drag on. So hopefully, it's one of those situations where the weekend goes slowly, but not because it's, not pleasant, but because it's actually good. For this pass through, there hasn't been many moments to stop and listen to music that we haven't heard yet in the playthrough. So it naturally cuts out a bit of time. the machete. I think his lantern should go haywire soon at some point. We're going to avoid this again. I've already shown what happens when you interact with it. You can either cut Mike's fingers off, or you can try to get his fingers out of the trap. If you choose to do the opening the trap, the machete that he just picked up, the game will want you to choose that option multiple times, and each time more of the machete breaks off. But of course, if you just completely ignore it, you don't have to worry about a choice either way. Mike can keep his fingers, and he can also keep the machete intact. Here we go. Haywire lantern. There we go. I think it's settled down now. Kinda. You can still see it. Looks like it's trying to phase in and out of existence. OG Mike is having a one-man rave with that lantern. That's a great way to put it. I never thought of it like that before, but that is true. I mean, you can kind of, if you rotate the control stick, you can kind of do something a little bit, but it's definitely not to that extent. OG, it's the glow stick of 1800. It'd be fun to do like a playthrough of games that all have at least at one point in each game where a character has a lantern that they carry around. Hang on, that's right. We need to go back this way to get the jacket and the handgun. So I think I've worked out where I want each character to end up dying, different to where I've had them die in the first pass through. So what I want to do is for Matt and Emily, there's a part where they're on a cliff and there's all these deer, and I'm going to have them walk through, but I'm going to have Matt attack the deer, and when he gets knocked off the edge, I'm going to do all the QTE button presses except for the very final one, and then I'm going to have Matt just fall to his death. With Chris and Ashley, I'm going to get them as far as the point where they're together with the rest of the group that have survived in the tunnels. If you tell Chris that it's okay for him to stay behind a little bit to catch his breath, you'll go through the section as Ashley first, and there's a potential for you to die thinking that you're hearing Jess's voice, but it's actually the Wendigo. I'm going to have Ashley investigate and actually get killed, and then when Chris goes through the same path, I'm going to have him get killed the same way. So that's where I'm going to have those two characters get killed. With Mike and Sam, I'm just going to have them get killed when they blow up in the final chapter. But with Emily, I've already had her die by getting shot by Mike when they think that getting bitten by a Wendigo turns you into one. Just trying to think what other point you can kill Emily at. Oh, that's right. Yes, I remember now, because Sheila was talking about it with me in the previous stream. When she's on the conveyor, I'm going to fail on purpose at that point, when she's being chased by the Wendigo. Hey Anmita, welcome back, dude. I've decided to keep on going. I don't know if I'll keep going till we finish again, but I'm not really looking at too much stuff and just going directly to where I need to go. Oh, I'm going to have Jess die to the Wendigo as well. But at a different point to what I did before. Yeah, and Meter, it's pretty good actually. I think too, I don't really have to look at my notes too much. Like I might double check a guide for some stuff. Hey there, AC-130. How's things, dude? Something different I want to do though is I want Emily, when she gets the flare gun, to actually fire it off herself. I mean, there might not be different music to what we've heard before based on doing that this time around, but I'll just do it just in case. AC, you get to spend most of today interviewing doctors for your dad. Oh, I see, AC. Well, I hope that you can find a suitable doctor as well, and, as soon as possible too. What kinds of things does it involve? Just sort of like getting different opinions and stuff? Nice glitch. I never saw that glitch before. Her character model was still in the position AC primary care. He didn't care for his previous, so didn't listen or keep appointments. It's been over a year since he saw them, and you don't think they'll keep him as a patient at this point. Oh, I see, AC. That's definitely fair, though, as well. Hopefully you can find a suitable doctor that will be compatible too, as well. But I imagine it's tough as well. Like, there'll be so many different doctors and trying to find the right match. Hey, see, man, you hate Emily. Even her subtitles make you want to shove her off a ledge. That's the power of the character through even just subtitles being able to elicit that response. I guess you could say their segment right now ends on a cliffhanger. Hey, Bioshock. Welcome. How's things? You're in luck, Schiller, this time. That's the planned style of death this time around. Now I can have a breather here for a second. Hey there, Alex. Welcome. Actually, I better pause it just in case. You were lurking for a bit, but now you got a chance to say hi. How are you doing today? Thank you for all the lurking, Alex. Really appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I'm doing well. Things are going good. There's particular outcomes this time around that I'm also hoping to get. We'll just have to wait and see. But one of the ones I want to get right is this part because without Sam having that injury on her head, it means that there's no way for her to fall over and reopen it. And that's going to be helpful because there's a part where we need to hide and be able to turn the flashlight off. But if she's got the injury on her head and it opens up again, then that option will be taken away to actually turn the flashlight off. So I'm hoping that we get this section right. I mean, if I get it wrong, then I'll just have to redo this section because there's an area that you get access to as Sam as long as she escapes from the psycho. So we'll see how far we get in this stream, but things are going well. How about yourself? Yes, that's the outcome that I wanted this time around. So in that part there, if as Chris in chapter 1 you shoot the squirrel, Sam will actually get attacked by a bird, which will give her a wound on her forehead. That bit where you saw her fall over, if you manage to get that far, it'll actually reopen that wound. And if that happens, and you get her to hide in the spot that I just had her hide in, you won't get the option to turn the flashlight off, which then means he'll actually just find you. So I'm glad I got that outcome this time around, where we actually escape capture. I don't know if the area that we get access to as Sam now, that we don't otherwise, has different music or not, but I just wanted to cover it just in case. Alex, this do seem weird in a way with just the music on. Absolutely, because I think we're just so attuned that when we're playing a video game or watching a movie, to just hear all the different sounds as we're experiencing it. But to isolate one over all the other and just have that playing, it can definitely seem a bit surreal as well. And then there's little bits of the music that might get covered over by a sound effect, especially if it's like a really loud sound effect or dialogue is really loud too. So having the music on its own is a good way to get all the little bits of instrumentation in the piece as well. now we've reached the first point in this pass through where I actually want a character to die on purpose. So what we need to do is we need to attack the elk, which will knock Matt off the edge, and then there'll be some QTEs that if you want him to survive after that, you need to get right. There's one final QTE where you have to actually press the button when Emily has her hand out to pull Matt up. So I'm going to miss that particular one on purpose. And then Emily is going to end up on her own. And I'm going to try and get her to die on the conveyor belt. And then with Ashley and Chris, I want them to die one after the other when they go to investigate who they think is Jess's voice. And then with Jess, when there's like a final hide sequence from the Wendigo, I'm going to fail that on purpose. And then as when it's Sam and Mike in the final chapter in the last part, I'm going to have them both blow up. So they're different points in the playthrough where they will die, whereas beforehand I made them die in different parts. I just want to see if there's any difference in the music depending on where they die. Alright, so this music we've heard before. But damn, holy shit. Rest in peace, Matt. In one of the previous pass-throughs, Matt died with the Wendigo placing him on a hook, like he's under his under his chin up through his head. But that thud, like poof. If you get all those QTEs right, of course, he'll climb back up. But that can be completely avoided if you don't want him to die there by simply not attacking the deer. Just leave it be, and then that part will be finished. And to be honest, I don't think I've ever done a playthrough of this game where I've had Matt die there. I don't seem to remember ever doing this part just as Emily. Hey there, Zomb. Welcome. Oh dear, another death. That is true. Nice pun. I've already covered everyone surviving with this music-only run. And I've also covered everyone dying, but this time around I want to make them die at different points. How's things going, Zomb? We still get to interact with the flare gun. I was saying before that I'd like to have Emily this time around use the flare gun when she finds it. So I'm still trying to wake up. How's things with you? That's definitely understandable, Zom. I hope that you wake up well. I'm doing well, having a good day. I mean, it's now Saturday here. It's about 5 to 1 in the morning on Saturday morning. But I'm doing well though. I think I might keep on going till I finish the game again. Alright, so there's no difference in the music there, but I wanted to do that just in case there was. Zom, at that rate, you'd be streaming till around 6 to 7 a.m. my time. Yeah, if it looks like it's going to take until then, I probably won't keep going. But we'll just wait and see where we get up to. AC, yay, she got smooshed. Sorry to break your bubble, AC, but Emily's still alive, even after that. However, all the characters are going to die, just in different spots to where I've had them die before. AC's like, goodbye, Emily's still alive. What the hell? Zom, dang, a Deus Ex Machina to save the most annoying character yet again. Yet again, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, that'd be the difficult thing, constructing a story for a game like this, where it's like, how much of a character's survival has to be scripted versus making it still feel like the stakes are high and make the player feel like any wrong choice could lead to death instantly when they want a certain character to live. Like, for example, Mike can't die really early in the game, you know. Like, I think from memory, he can only die in chapter 10, right at the end, for example. But there's so many close calls that can happen, of course, between then and, you know, the start of the game and then. Zombie, think that's your least favorite part of the main part of this game, scripted survivals, be it due to the game won't let you fail certain QTEs or the game provides Deus. I always keep wanting to say Deus Ex because I'm so used to saying that game name. Ex Machina, moments that go beyond one's ability to suspend disbelief to ensure certain characters can't die. That's definitely fair and understandable too. I guess one thing I could say though is to what extent do they need to do things differently to stop that? Like, I guess they could have every single character has a point where they can just die early, but then how early do you determine? And in what ways as well? I mean, there's definitely a lot of moments where you could say, yeah, this is a potential place where the character could have actually died if they programmed it that way, and all that kind of thing. So I guess you'd have to make every single QTE be an instant fail, meaning death as well. But then it's like, how cheap would that be? And some players might be like, well, that's pretty like fucked. How missing any QTE at any point means the character's instantly dead as well. Because you've also got things like dramatic effect as well, creating suspense and all that kind of stuff to consider as well. Okay, I won't bother with that this time around. I've already covered the variation where you get the scissors and then stab Josh later, and then when you get the scissors but don't stab him later. Zombie would think that you could either succeed or fail on QTEs, and it's the nature of the situation that they're in that determines whether characters die or just come across as clumsy idiots. In terms of the points where characters can die, if it seems like a feasible point where a character could die, death should be a possible outcome. How early on it occurs would be up to the writers, but it doesn't make sense to have Deus Ex Machina moments be the only reason for a character to keep surviving. Yeah, that's fair too, as well. When things seem like their survival is like some, unseen hand is just intervening to prevent them from dying, as well. Um, it's kind of tricky though too, as well, because like, what defines a moment that is not plausible for the character to survive from failing a QTE? I mean, in a small way, you could say if someone trips over something, yeah, they might fall, but if they're not falling over an edge of something and they're just simply falling forward onto the ground, that might not cause death unless there's like a big giant spike on the ground or something. But I mean to say, like if you're just walking along and you trip on something and then you just pick yourself up and keep on going, like if it's a moment like that and you mess up a QTE, then that wouldn't feel like it's some kind of like random chance that you'd survive it. But if you're falling from a great height as a result of messing up a QTE and you land on very rough ground and the fall is high enough, but they still survive and can just get up and walk like nothing happened, then that would definitely be a situation where it's like, yeah, sure, come on, of course. Alamodi, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, I've got the sound effects and dialogue turned off on purpose. This is a playthrough to pay tribute to the game's music, so I've just got the music on by itself. Oh no, no, definitely not first time playthrough. Overall, I can't really remember how many now. Maybe my fifth. But then again, I've actually played through the games multiple times, even just in this playthrough, with the music only. So technically, it's more than that. But yeah, I don't really keep count. But the first time I played it was in 2020, and then since 2023, I've played it at least once a year. Don't really have a favorite, to be honest. I mean, Sam is probably one of them. Um, but also like Chris and also like Ashley and Mike and Jess. Yours is Sam. Oh, very nice. That's cool. Yeah, Sam's a great character too. Oh, nice, LMOD. You played it in 2015. That's cool. I saw the prologue being streamed in that year, but after I saw the prologue, I was like, no, I definitely want to play this game and not see what happens in all the different parts before playing it myself. But then it took me until 2020 before I was able to access the game. So that's a good point. Which you'd say distance would definitely be a part of that, but also what's in the environment. If it's just tripping over a log, for instance, that's survivable. But if tripping over a log leaves you vulnerable to a horse trampling, well, that's true, yeah. I mean, if the horse trampling you, if it starts to trample as soon as your head falls on the ground, then yeah, you'd have to be very quick to react. But if the horse is coming at you and you trip over, then there might be enough time if you get the Q to E right, or even if it's not a Q to E, it might be enough time for the person to get up and out of the way of the horse before being trampled. Alright, so we're going to be choosing for Chris to shoot himself. For dramatic effect, I've been waiting till it's almost finished, the QTE timer, and then press it. But this time around, we're just going to go straight and cut to the chase. Gone too far now, Dr. Hill, hey? I guess Josh has gone over the hill, but I guess that happened a long time ago. Okay, so this whole area, if Sam gets captured by Josh, you won't get access to this area. Wanted to cover this just in case there was any different music. Because I hadn't gotten this outcome until now for this particular playthrough, where I had Sam in this room. So it's good to finally get that as part of the playthrough. Nice username. New phone who dis 2025. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, Zom, just any changes in the volume and intensity as well, even if it's the actual same bit of music. Thank you, Agorki. I definitely will have a good day. I hope that you do too. Thank you for being here and watching, and for chatting as well. Catch you next time. And you're not wrong there, Bearsuit. The suspense of this scene. I really like music when it does that. It keeps on building and building the closer you get to something, and then either it leads to a jump scare or just nothing. Exactly. And Meta, the music is like, just kidding. If Sam got captured, instead of being able to escape, she'll basically be pretty much close to where Mike is here. And that whole area that I just explored is not available to you if you get that outcome with that chase. So if you want to get all the collectibles in the game, you definitely need to make sure that you get that outcome as part of your playthrough. And me too. Got to go again, Rod. Catch you again tomorrow. Have a good one. Thank you very much for popping in for another stream in Meta. I definitely will have a good one. I hope that you have a great start to your stream. Would like to highly recommend people check out Amita's channel. He's doing a playthrough for the first time of Thronebreaker, The Witcher Tales. He's a big fan of the Witcher franchise. Most recently, one of his playthroughs was Witcher 3, doing a 100% playthrough and also doing it without the HUD. No fast travel was allowed, and could look at the map, but tried to keep it to as minimum as possible. Also got going right now a first-time playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077, and also got a second-time playthrough of Assassin's Creed Origins happening. And like Sam was wearing a bath towel, in his playthrough of Assassin's Creed Origins, he's got the main character Bayek wearing a bath towel outfit. So doing a bit of a meme run as well with that game on New Game Plus, and doing the DLC content as well. He just recently finished the main game stuff. And Amita, that's no trouble at all for the shout out, dude. I hope that you have a great start to your stream and definitely catch you again next time. Such a great moment in one of those trailers as well for that emote. That's really cool. Nice close-up shot. Hey there, Spectrum. I am, yeah, I've decided to keep on going. I don't know how much longer I'll go for though, but I just wanted to see how far I can get. I got one of the outcomes I wanted to get differently, so that's good. But I've still got some characters that need to get killed off in different parts to what happened the other time when I got them killed. We're getting almost to the point where I'm going to have Emily die in this playthrough. When we get to the part where Emily encounters the flamethrower guy, I'm going to fail the QTE on purpose as early as possible just to save time. Zomba, can she actually die there? Is a question you shouldn't have to ask pertaining to Dark Pix game, but here we are. Yeah, in that particular part, she can't actually die. She just gets, she just lands into a different area depending on what choices you make when being chased by the flamethrower guy. Well, not that she's being chased by him in a sense of he wants to kill her or anything, but you know what I mean. The reason I'm just breezing through this stuff is because I've already actually covered this music in previous pass-throughs in this same playthrough. Plus certain things I'm not worrying about interacting with that you don't need to. Alright, so this part where we're going to have some QTEs while the flamethrower guy is following us, I'm going to fail the first one on purpose to just get that scenario over and done with as quick as possible. Oops, I did that out of instinct. No, why'd I bother hiding? Jesus, Rod. Well, so much for wanting to do this part as early as possible. It only just changes where she lands. So it doesn't actually matter. I was just going to try and do it as quick as possible, but she'll let her know Emily might die soon anyways. She absolutely will. She's going to get crushed on the escalator. Their suit failed successfully. Very much so. Don't even ask the squirrely little runt. He's out of his tree. He's got no clue. You're done. What are you talking about, you asshat? Jessica is fucking dead. Did you hear me? Jessica is dead. And you are gonna fucking pay, you dick. Bear suit, yeah. It's like looking you up, bro. So you can't do anything stupid before we call the police in the morning. You're a goddamn murderer is what you are. Leave me a little wiggle room. Yeah, Sheila, you have to give me a little bit of wiggle room. Well, actually, the game is about 4 hours until it's dawn for me. There's only one type of exception to the rule pertaining to what you said about the forced survival, and that's pertaining to Josh's games, as the one with the gun having blanks makes sense from a narrative perspective, as he's trying to turn them on each other and teach them a lesson about their base instincts. And the one with the saw blade, well, A, it wouldn't make sense if he were to actually sacrifice himself, seeing as he's the game master, and B, there is an option that could lead to a character's death. Yeah, because that's all part of, like, his character's motivation, is to set up a scenario where they think there's a psycho killer. They think that something has happened to Josh, that he's died. All these sorts of things. But the irony, Zomb, is that for all his attention to detail, he didn't seem to research the whole mountain very well about Wendigos and all that kind of stuff too, as well. So he really gets tunnel vision and doesn't even think to even research anything. But then again, I guess you'd have to know you're specifically looking for some supernatural creature, I guess. But also in that saw trap example, no matter what you choose, Josh will of course always seemingly get killed. Like, you could choose to save Josh instead of Ashley, and the machine will still go towards him. Alright, so we've already heard this music in this playthrough without me talking over it. Zom, you've had times when it went through her instead. Oh, you did you? Well, maybe you can kill her that early. Sheila, well, Emily, you got me grinded. There we go, Sheila, you got your wish. That QTE that I failed before that point, I thought that would be the one that would kill her, and I was hoping to get the grinding one, and it was lucky the game still let me continue on to then get that outcome. There we go, AC. Finally, for you. You saw Emily get killed. Sheila, Emily is dead, yeah. Another character gone. That's now Matt and Emily, dying at different points to what I've had them die earlier in this playthrough. So one can only hope the game doesn't come up with another Deus Ex Machina for her. Probably not, no. Alright, so we need to make sure that Chris actually makes it back to the lodge when being chased by the Wendigo. I've made sure to do the choices that mean Ashley will open the door for him, but I need to make sure he gets to the door. I mean, if I can do it, I want Ashley to die first to thinking she's hearing Jess, and then have Chris follow and think he's hearing Jess as well. I learnt the last time, though, that you can fail the don't move QTE as Chris, and he won't get killed instantly, so I've got that at least. I don't have to worry about. But the QTEs that come after are a different story. No, you don't. Trust me, I know. We need the Holy Sun. You just be careful. You follow my lead. Well, you'd be shooting a long time. No, but it'll slow it down. They don't like fire. They feel it, and it can kill them if you have to. See, their skin is like... It's like tough armor, unless you burn it off first. Well, they adhere to some patterns. Like any animal or human. Well, they only hunt at night. I didn't ask. They'll still smell you. They can't see you if you're standing still. It's like doubts. Sight is based on changes of movement in their field of vision. Yeah, well, I wouldn't recommend testing it out. Unless you have no other choice. Zom, test it out, test it out, test it out. Now I want Chris to survive this encounter. If you shot Ashley with the gun earlier, she'll let you die there. Zom, you sure that guy would have liked a heads up? Yep. If Emily makes it back, survives everything to be here where these characters are now, if she got bitten by the Wendigo, basically they'll think that she's going to turn into one, and it gives you the option as Mike to shoot her. But, of course, if she gets back here and she hasn't been bitten, then that won't even be a thing. There's other things you need to do to ensure that she doesn't get bitten as well, but I can't remember the minute details and the ins and outs of that without looking it up. But You definitely can get through that scenario as Emily and not get bitten. Hmm. Must have been the wind. Alright, so now we're in chapter 9. Even though this is a separate stream, this stream has now reached past the 5 hour mark. The previous stream I did was 5 hours as well, or around then. It's almost 3 a.m. But I still feel like I want to keep going. Sheila, I forgot it's summertime for you now. Yeah, almost. Yeah, we're still in spring. In December, it'll be summer. My least favorite season. But I mean, there's definitely been some hot days already, even in spring. Alright, so we're coming up to another decision I need to make to get a specific scenario to happen. So Chris is limping from an injury. There's an option as Ashley right here, right now, actually. If you choose reassure, then he'll just go with them. But if you choose inquire, he'll actually hang back. There'll be a tunnel that Sam and if any other, like if Emily has survived to this point, she'll be with Sam and Ashley and Chris if he's survived up to this point. You'll go through the tunnel first as Ashley, and then if you decide to ignore the voice, Ashley will survive that part. But then Chris walks through the same area, and if you don't interact with the sound, he also survives this part. Well, I've already covered that for this playthrough, so this time around, we're going to have Ashley look at the location where the sound's coming from so she gets killed. And then when Chris goes down the same tunnel, I'm going to have the same thing happen to him. I think I can make it like that. If not, so be it. But that's what I'm hoping to try and do. So we've already covered that music without me talking over it. Even though I've had Ashley die in the same method before, it's going to be slightly different because you can have a situation where she'll have a look and then she'll walk off and then get killed. Whereas last time, well, that's what I did last time. Whereas this time, we're just going to open it up straight away and have her get killed straight away. This is music that we've heard before. Thank you so much, Ave, for the raid. I really appreciate you doing that. Welcome on in, everyone. Getting characters killed on purpose, but in different points this time around, just to cover any differences in music. Welcome in, Raiders. Hey there, Schiller and Lone. Welcome back. Until Dawn has been going great. This current stream, I started the game again from the start to cover variations that I hadn't gotten yet. But before this stream, I did a 5-hour stream restarting from chapter 5 to get some things that I messed up that I didn't want to have happen, but also do some different things too. So this is the second stream of Until Dawn today, even though it's now Saturday here. It's about 10 past 3 in the morning. But I wanted to push to get this will be the last pass through, so this will be the playthrough finish today. And that's no worries at all for the shout out, Ave. I hope you had a great stream of Resident Evil 3 Remake. How did your stream go? And did you finish the game, or you're still doing it? Chris Jam indeed. That music was pretty good for a jam, actually. And that was the last head jamming he ever did. 10 past 3. You could never stream at that time. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, there's been times in the past I've streamed until it's been like 4 or 5 a.m. But very, very rarely. So the current character still alive count out of all the playable ones, we've still got Sam here, we've still got Mike, and we've still got Josh. Even though you don't control Josh for too much of the game. Zereth, until end of stream. Exactly today, yes. Getting closer to the final chapter. The Resident Evil 3 stream went well, finished the game. We'll be moving on to RE4 next. It's going to be exciting. You still haven't fully played it on PC, meaning you've got some achievements yet to get. Very nice. GG's on finishing Resident Evil 3 Remake. That's really cool. I'm glad that you had a great stream of it. Resident Evil 4 Remake, I liked it. I haven't actually played it more than once though. But that's cool that you're going to fully play it on PC, and best of luck getting the achievements with it too, as well. So a lot of this music I've already covered, so I'll be talking over it. I've got very specific ways that I want the characters to die this time around, and I've been able to have it happen for 3 of the characters so far. No, 4, actually. But the next one to go will be Jess. I want to get her to the point where there's a final don't move segment and have that fail on purpose. Already heard this music before. What's annoying about that particular one that just happened? The game won't let you move the camera down far enough to do the attack early. You have to wait till the creature rises up. So it's very off-putting because you think, oh shit, I'm trying to get down to hit it. And then you might actually miss it because by the time you realize it's rising back up, you might still be down below the part where it appears, and it's like, oh shit. So here we go, the final chapter. So as you can see there, Matt head planted, Emily got grinded, and Chris and Ashley got beheaded. And Flamethrower guy too. You don't control him at the game at any point though. Hello again, Dr. Zombie Hill. He'll be fine though, just a little bit of makeup, cover all that up, he'll be fine. I just had a thought. With all the advancements in AI and making people look so realistic, you think it's the actual person. I just had this image of people wearing some kind of like skin tight device around their, like on their face, like a mask, but have it be like a what do you call it? Anyway, something that allows the person to completely change their face with AI, so it makes it look like someone else. And people can be like, holy shit, that celebrity just walked into my shop. It's not actually them. Josh, get up. Wake up, you idiot. Why are you lying down there for? Come on. Flève la jaque, dormez-vous, dormez-vous. Sones las matinas, ding dang dong, ding dang dong. Exactly, bear suit. A green screen face. Exactly. Murderer. Time has run out for Josh. Ave, don't know if you told me, but you just played this game last weekend for the first time, loved it. Probably a favourite of theirs alongside House of Ashes. Still have yet to play The Devil in Me and The Quarry. That's awesome, Ave. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. That's really cool. Did you get an outcome that you were kind of like hoping for? Because there's so many different variations of stuff. But that's really cool that you enjoyed it. House of Ashes is such a great game too, as well. Be interesting to see what you think of Devil in Me and The Quarry. Hey there, Scouty, welcome. Little Hope is the best. That's actually my favourite one. I think House of Ashes is the best one, but my favourite's Little Hope because I really like the witchcraft angle, and I don't mind the fact that, well, spoiler, but I don't mind how the ending is with the bus driver. I haven't done the curator's cut with that game yet though, so I'll be doing that this October. I did it with Man and Medan. Are they not really? You thought you were being smart with Ashley going to the hatch, but ended up with her losing her head. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's one of those things that if Jess has died, then it's understandable too to think that it might. I mean, if Jess has died, then it's like, well, why are they hearing Jess's voice if she's dead? So that would clue in players, but at the same time, Jess doesn't actually die as long as you get to her in time, as Mike. Little Hope is very Silent Hill-ish. It definitely very is. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I like it too as well. I like that whole atmosphere, and can't believe that game came out 5 years ago now. Before October is finished, I will do another playthrough of Until Dawn, but it'll be unrelated to the 10th anniversary celebrations of it though. I want to do a playthrough where, through redeeming certain channel points, the redeemer gets to decide certain things about how the playthrough will go. But other than that, you were happy with the ending. Sam, Matt, Chris, and Jess survived. Emily and Mike exploded in the house. They blew up. That whole part too is just like so stress-inducing when you're doing the dope move sections. Thank you very much, Scouty XP, for the follow. Thank you. They wanted Mike to live, but him dying wasn't worth it, seeing Emily die. Yeah, that's the other thing too, as well, It kind of... There's so many characters that you might hate over the other, but they might also be linked. So that the character you hate might need to survive for a certain point to allow another character you do like to actually live. Oh yes, Scouty XP, for sure. Yeah, I really do like horror games a lot. Like, it's not the only type of game I play on the channel, but definitely for this month, every game is horror. But I also do play horror games outside of October as well. I don't take orders from you. You can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do anymore. They got to say, you love the story, though it had so many aspects to it. Josh luring them for the prank of their lives, just for them to get caught up in a literal living hell. Absolutely, and it allows them to cover so many different kinds of horror as well. Even like the haunted house kind of thing, when you have all like the quote unquote apparitions that appear and all that kind of stuff. While also, of course, being like a slasher movie and also being like a monster movie as well. But the irony is, Ave, through all his planning and all his sort of like attention to details, he didn't do a very good job at actually researching the mountain and, seeing if there's anything in the history of it that he needed to be careful of. And it's one of those tricky things too, because like that prank that they all pulled on his sister was definitely uncalled for. So you can understand Josh being antagonistic towards them about that. But also, there's several things where it's like they weren't expecting that that would be the result of the prank. And even if they were expecting her to get upset on some level, on some level, they probably were justifying it by, well, what's the worst that can happen? She'll just run off and cry, like run off to her room or something. But that's definitely not what happened, of course. But then the question is the extent to which Josh goes to get revenge actually something that he should have done at all? Even if he did feel a certain way about what had happened. To be honest, you can't blame him. He truly lost his shit after the death of his siblings. It indicated he had problems beforehand, but they must have been heavily affected by what happened last year. Absolutely, Ave, for sure. Like you can find details about his medical history and all that kind of stuff. But that kind of event definitely is what really pushes him over the edge to then dedicate so much time and effort setting up what he did. So this time around, the plan with Jess is to get her to survive the Wendigo as long as it takes to get to the final don't move part for her. And then on purpose I'll fail it. Alright, so not exactly where I was hoping that I'd get her killed, but I'm not going to worry about replaying this chapter once we finish the game. I'll just let that be. It's still a different point where she's died compared to the other time I had her die, which was when Mike was trying to get to her quickly. Though you think it's kind of fair, he didn't hurt someone physically, other than knocking Ashley out, but you still feel he went to quite the extreme, making Ashley and Chris witness his death before their eyes, using pig blood, you figured at least, to make it look more real. Just scaring them would have been one thing, you literally did something that can cause serious trauma. That is true as well, you know. Like, I think, and I'm not saying that this is good at all, it's definitely not good. A milder way to go about it would have been to do something where they get locked inside the actual lodge and can't get out. Not have it be that they can go around to the mines and, you know, all that stuff. At least confine it to the actual lodge. And then, you know, do jump scares and spooks and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Okay, so the only two characters we have left alive are Sam and Mike, and I want them to die by getting blown up. I mean, I'll try for it, but if they don't get both blown up, so be it. Getting so close to 4 a.m. in the morning, I'm not really too worried if it doesn't exactly go to the minute plan I'm trying to attempt for this last part. The other funny thing is, I was saying earlier that I was hoping that I could have 10 parts to my playthrough to match the fact that it's the 10th anniversary. And I thought, oh, maybe it might be 11. But then I'm like, when I got to the point where I knew I was just going to keep on going, and I'm like, well, I guess I am getting it to the 10th part before finalizing this playthrough. Bit of slapstick. Yeah, the XP. Are you looking forward to the 80-20 games? You kind of sick of aliens, but you're loyal to the Deadlock? Oh, absolutely. I really like the concept. I'm definitely a fan of movies like The Thing. And I'm also hoping for some references to Event Horizon, because that's another sci-fi horror I really like. Definitely looking forward to it. Be interesting to see, too, how the new approach to some of the gameplay is, like actually having sections where it's not down to a QTE failing, but you could potentially just die because in a sequence where an enemy's attacking you, you don't do the right thing, as in, like fight back and all that. But I hope they don't do it too often to make it feel like it's a completely different genre of game. I'm probably not explaining it very well, but it's kind of like, games like Resident Evil Remake, for example, how there's no sort of like, it's not presented in a similar way to these games. So you can just free roam as the character and shoot whatever you want. I think they're going for that approach for some of Directive 8020 with some of the sections. Actually, I want to fail this QTE because, well, not really fail it, but I just want to see what happens with this first part. Yes, Gowdy. I hope it's not done too often because you still want them to have the same feel that the other games that they've done have in that same style. But at the same time, giving more opportunities for you to potentially die ups the stakes even more because it's not simply just due to some kind of like indirect means that you die. It's directly like, here's an enemy. Are you going to shoot it or are you just going to stand there? If you just stand there for too long, you might get killed. Shit, did Sam survive? Fuck. Whatever. Scout, you feel like they did that in the quarry a bit, although you had a lot of time to decide which is unrealistic. Yeah, that's the other factor too that can come into play. It's like, They you dropped your controller during these parts. Ain't no way you can be as still as they want you to be. Oh, damn. Even sometimes when you have it on a flat surface, I've had it actually fail for some ones. Scout, you got to go back to work now, but you'll come back for Alan Wake this weekend. Enjoy your day. That's awesome, Scouty. Thank you so much again for the follow. I hope that work goes well for you. I wanted all the characters to die in different spots than what they had died before. But if Sam survives, I'm not going to replay the whole chapter again just to get to the end again. So whatever. I think that's enough for this playthrough. They've got to replay the whole game stream 8 to 8 a.m. Definitely not. What a nice death for Emily. After grinding everyone's gears for a long time, she got grinded herself in some gears. But Emily was such an annoyance. That is true, yeah. It's definitely fair. Ave, rule one, Emily's always right. Rule two, don't question Emily, because Emily is always right, made you fume. And you know the other thing, Ave? Even when you're playing as Mike, things like agreeing to go to the radio tower, you would think she'd be like, okay, let's go. But she's like, she basically mocks him. It's like, what? Thank you, OG Intruder, for the GGs. And thank you as well, Ave, for the GGs too. Muchly appreciated. Oh, Death hits hard. What genius decided to remove it in the remake? You'd like his address. It is a shame that that song is not in the remake, but also a shame that none of Jason Graves' music was used as well. And I really like his work. Another game that he did that I really enjoyed, that I also did a music only playthrough one time, was Tomb Raider 2013. The composer for the remake, though, Mark Corvin, I think. I'm not against them in any way. It's just that I feel like the original game's music is part of what makes it what it was, you know. Because Mark Corvin did the music for, I mean, I don't know if he's done every Robert Eggers movie, but he did The Witch, at least, that I know of. And that movie had some really good music. Thank you, Zereth, for the GGs to the dawn. And it's 10 to 4 in the morning, so another 2 hours and then it'll be dawn here. Thank you, Sheila, for the GGs. Muchly appreciated. Okay, so I don't know if I covered every single instance and difference of music in every single conceivable combination of choices and outcomes and all that kind of stuff. However, I still feel like I did a pretty in-depth job with it, so I'm happy with the multiple different passes. In the end, I did 4 different pass-throughs of the game to cover the music for various differences and all that kind of stuff. So I'm actually going to finalize this playthrough with this stream. So this is not only the end of the stream, but it's also the end of phase 2 of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary. There will be another phase before the year is out. However, the next playthrough of this won't be a 10th anniversary celebration. It'll be just its own individual, different kind of playthrough as well. But yeah, I'll reveal what the other phase is later. As in, like, I anticipate I'll probably want to try in November to do it, but we'll have to wait and see. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. Before I end, I'd like to give some shout outs. In Mita, as good a job you can do without losing your mind, losing your mind, losing your mind. What the fuck? I love how Seb says that to Leslie when Leslie warns him of the trap, and he runs off. What the fuck? Thank you very much for watching, everyone. I would like to highly recommend people check out AC, who's doing Fallout 3, Alex Mandarick, who's doing Dead by Daylight, Ave, who finished Resident Evil 3 Remake, will be doing Resident Evil 4 Remake, Inmita, who's doing Thronebreaker The Witcher Tales, Hauzan, who is doing Dota 2, I'm in a Bear Suit, who is doing Half-Life 2, Lone Star, who is doing Little Nightmares 2, Schiller, who is playing through Madison. Definitely recommend those streamers. That's okay, Ave, for the stream and for the shout out. Absolutely no trouble at all. Was good catching the end. Thank you for the raid as well, Ave. Appreciate it. Glad that you could catch the end and see some of the deaths, especially of Emily. Sheila, that is absolutely no worries at all for the shout out and for the streams as well. No problem at all, dude. Yeah, I just love some of Seb's reactions in that game. And then you get that bit where it's like, shit, shit, shit. And then, of course, the classic, what am I, an electrician? Love that. The next stream that people will see from me will be Alan Wake 2, but it'll probably be a little bit later than what I might have been actually doing it. Like, I'm not talking like 9 p.m. or something, but it definitely won't be 3 p.m. my time, which is in 11 hours' time. It'll definitely be a bit longer than that. But yeah, if you see me streaming Alan Wake 2, then you know it's my Saturday stream. That's my Saturday through to Tuesday stream currently. I don't yet know what will replace Until Dawn next Friday and what will replace Alien Isolation for Wednesday and Thursday next week, but I'll just play it by ear and wait to see. It really depends on progress with Alan Wake 2, because then I'll know for sure what days I've got up my sleeve to then decide which games out of the horror schedule I've got planned to actually put on which days as well. Exactly, Bear Suit. The shit door. That's a good way to put it. Shit. That's okay, I'm in a Bear Suit for the shout out, dude. Absolutely no worries at all. Definitely catch you next time. Okay, so I'm going to raid out to Shillerlock. Enmita. Okay, so switching back to the Twitch app. There's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste. I'll also put one in chat for subscribers as well. Hopefully my phone will cooperate with me. So far, so good. There we go. Okay, and that's the message that subscribers can use to raid with as well. There we go. Yeah, Bear Suit, my tired brain is sort of like looking into the wrong folder of memory. It's like it's like you looked into the Shillerlock folder, not the Enmita folder. That was the part of your brain that you were meant to say. Not that I wouldn't want to raid Schiller as well if he was streaming, but it's so funny what your memory can do and that when it's like really early in the morning. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching the stream. I hope that you all have a great rest of your Friday. The next stream you'll see from me will be Alan Wake 2. Currently, that's my Saturday through to Tuesday game, but depending on when I finish it, other days of the week could be different games. Message Schiller quickly checks Twitch. Am I streaming? It's like, wait, hang on, what? Am I? Did I leave the stream on from last time? Schiller, are you streaming? Streaming, are you? I don't know. Maybe you're multitasking and streaming. Maybe we are the Truman Show for some aliens. Now imagine that. I mean, but the question is, are we getting paid for it or what? Are we paid actors?